everybody, how's it going? Happy Saturday! Alright. Hey, how's it going, y'all? Everyone's doing well. Oh, no one else stayed up way too late last night like I did, but last night was fun. We did our affiliate anniversary stream. Hey, it's been 2 years. Thank you. Thank you again, everybody. I really appreciate everyone who continues to come by and support the stream. It's a lot of fun to just hang out with all of you while we're playing games, because, I mean, we're gonna play games anyway, why not share the experience with people, right? We're gonna share it with our friends anyway, so why not share it with other people too? So, make new friends. That's what it's all about. Yeah, and on that note, as a reminder, we now have a Discord, so just go ahead and there's a new command right there in the chat. It will give you the link to join the Discord. And you can come hang out with people when we're not live. Or when we're live too. You guys can talk about what's going on in the spoiler. There's a spoiler room in there. So people can have fun discussing things that I shouldn't see for spoiler reasons. So enjoy that. Enjoy that! Anyway, welcome on back. I'm so sorry that I didn't get to stream last week. It was the cat's vet appointment, and oh my god. That shit, like, takes the life out of you. It's... whew, draining. Cats are cute. They're very fun. Oh shit, I forgot to put my chapstick on. Sorry. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Yeah, the kids had a time, and so I had a time. I was tired. I was like way too tired to do anything after that. So yeah, sorry about that. We didn't get to stream last week as we were intending, but you know, we're back here again now, and that's gonna teach me a lesson not to stream on days when I'm taking my fur children to the vet. Lesson learned. But yeah. So we are. Bam. Let's get loaded in here. Memoirs of the Clouded Crocodile. We are once again still, because you know this is like what, part 3. We are defending our dear friend Soseki Natsume, who is once again was kind of accused of murder, well, attempted murder, because you know the dude's not dead. I'm totally looking for hand lotion right now because I'm so dried out for some reason, and my hand lotion frick, it disappeared. I was literally just using it before stream. Oh, there it is. So yeah, our friend Soseki Natsume being accused of attempted murder once again, this time of one William Shamspeare, who is every bit as dramatic as Soseki, so it's kind of amazing. It's pretty damn funny. I'm enjoying that. And he is a sham. At first they're just like, he's a thespian, an upstanding citizen, and then it's like, nah, he's a crook, a sham, he was definitely lying to you, and they're like, how dare. So that was pretty funny. Anyway, so because we reached a stalemate with the jury, there's something fishy going on with the soap. He was using it to create ice cubes to fraudulently get gas power from the gas company, who are all very bee themed, which honestly kind of adorable. I thought that was funny. And yeah, so he's a fraud. People not too happy about that. And the wife of the president of the gas company is on the jury, so not looking so hot for our victim here on that front. She hates him, so that's kind of funny. And I thought the shady dude outside his window could have been like the murderer who like stuck something, I don't know, maybe in his soap. Who the fuck knows? But no, it's because he uses those soap to create the fake coins, and he was a employee of the gas company investigating what a sham that he is. So I don't know who the true attempted murderer is, unless Mr. Shamspeare, in his broke assness, I don't know a better way to put it, did something incredibly stupid and like nearly poisoned himself, which honestly wouldn't put past the game. This one's a little more little less like, there's a true murderer somewhere lurking in the shadows, and more like, yeah, there's just kind of a series of unfortunate events sometimes. Sometimes you just get, life just fucks you over and it sucks. And it's like, oh, okay. Well then. So, yeah. Alright, let's see where the investigation takes us. 22nd of February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. That's right, I changed them all to their beautiful steampunk outfits, and boy do they look amazing. They look so great. Whew, we made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while.
Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages in the streets of London. You are very nearly flattened several times.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I meant in court today.
Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you.
Oh, thank you.
And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow.
Yes, let's do that.
Is everything alright?
I suppose. I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean. The Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma.
It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him.
Yeah, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for him.
And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us.
Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Aw, oh sweet. Let's look around the room, and we must look at the shovel. Perhaps we should put the spade away somewhere.
It's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
Well, at least we agree on the purpose. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it?
You're so right, Naruhodo-san. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles.
On reflection, then, I think I'll leave the spade where it is.
Yes, I think that's for the best. We may need a shovel when we're working in the garden.
I don't know. I'm just gonna let them do what they do. Oh, no dust yet. I see. These tanks are for keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums, and they were all the rage in London at one time, apparently.
Yes! The English are so clever coming up with the idea of having ocean life on display in the home.
And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand, too.
I'm not sure that's really the idea.
It is if you work in a Chinese restaurant. I heard that there's another room behind that door.
Yes, it's my bedroom, Naruhodo-san, as you well know.
Shall I help you unpack your things?
It's very kind, but no thank you.
Your luggage looked very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it?
That's very kind, but really, no thank you. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know.
The only secret I have is that 5-yen banknote hidden on the backside of my Daruma doll. Alright, let's talk to her. Today's trial. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand?
I know.
Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well? Ugh, the nerve.
Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea.
Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know. I'm sure of it.
Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first.
What's become of him, actually?
I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment.
Oh, which one is that?
Let me see. Ah, yes. He's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's as Londoners call it.
We know that place, don't we?
Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken.
Ah, yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back.
Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone.
Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. What's next? So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But, as he isn't the culprit, then obviously...
Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea.
But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body?
I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery.
Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think.
Definitely. I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap.
Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. There we go. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had. And a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes. Can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough. I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. But you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. Can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Hey, 21 Snakes, how's it going? Welcome on back. Oh, no. Never mind.
Naruhodo-san?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma.
Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too.
She had the biggest crush on him.
To change the Japanese judicial system for the better, that was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course.
Yeah, that's right, but... I know, her outfit's so cute. I love all of the, I keep calling it steampunk, but I don't know if that's quite the word. I love all their timely European fashion outfits. It's so cute.
Yes?
I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know, the thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Kasuma's true intentions.
Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions?
I mean, this.
His katana?
I never expected to inherit the sword after Kazuma passed away, of course.
No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it.
When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage.
Yes.
Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through the generations of the Asogi clan. Is this still case 2 or 3 now? It's still the one with Soseki-san and SHAM Spear. We're just on day 3 of the investigation. So whatever case number that is, I've lost track. A Japanese man's sword is his sword, Yunosuke. I can't be parted away from my katana. Okay, so it's 2. Okay. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in 2? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Case 3 is where stuff starts getting crazy? Good to know. That sounds about right for this series. Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
What did he mean by something very important that I have to do?
Heck if I know. I'd hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue.
I see.
Look at the armband! Show it to everybody.
You've been wearing that ever since we arrived in Great Britain, haven't you?
Well, it's what shows I'm a lawyer, so it seems appropriate.
Not sure that it really means much in this country, though, I'm afraid.
I wouldn't say that. It might not be official, but it looks official. Often when the police stop me, I just show them this and they leave me alone. Wow, that's impressive that it actually works.
You're stopped by the police? Often?
I mean, yeah, racism's a thing. Well, you know, I'm a suspicious foreigner dressed all in black with a sword at my side.
I do think it's probably the sword that's the main reason.
Oh, true, fair.
Still, it makes me happy to see you wearing it. And the armband.
Yes, I made up my mind that I'll carry them always. A symbol of who I am and the sword, Karuma. Are we sure you're not, like, also related to Black Quill? Who also carries around a katana everywhere. My lodgings and office, located in the attic above the suite of rooms rented by Mr. Shomes. They call it a consultancy, but clients aren't exactly beating down the door.
Our new office. I wonder what exciting adventures await us.
Yeah, let's go say hi to Mr. Shomes and Iris. "22nd of February, Shomes' suite."
Oh, Runo and Susie! Hooray, you're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see.
I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie.
Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come back at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll get some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually... what is that foul smell? Ah, yes, we changed his outfit too. Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case? That was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure that you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So, tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeek's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still.
Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor?
Yeah, what is that? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Science.
Oh dear.
All right, I'll bite. What's he up to now? What are you doing, Sholmes? Oh, I can just look around. Science? He is tippy-tapping away. Nothing new. Okay. Let's talk about Van Zeeks first. Lord Baron Van Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet, yes, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey? Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how, exactly? By falling under a passing carriage or drowning in the Thames? Or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit for the time being, at least. That's not overly reassuring, although we do know that he makes it out.
The rumors are true, though. The obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, their Lord Van Zeek's own hand.
As it happens, Mrs. Sato, that is quite impossible.
Oh? Why?
Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. A bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. Coincided. There we go. Sorry, I was trying to think of that word, but I was looking at something else at the same time. And here you are facing Mr. Reaper again.
Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. I guess we're talking about the foul smell first. Oh no, Japanese people? Nope, never mind. I thought I hit up, but I did not hit up. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mrs. Sato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation.
You know something about it, do you, Mr. Sholmes?
It was about 10 years ago that Baron Van Zeeks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, a young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan.
No.
What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. I suspect it was Susato's father. What happened? I believe I made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair.
Oh, but...
The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. True. Alright, let's talk about the foul smell. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, that's probably this, I would say. Alright, what is that? My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is a genuine at the drop of some tea.
Oh my!
There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris?
At the ready, Hurley.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It turned completely black.
And what a foul odor it's giving off.
Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with the black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you?
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes.
Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. Point is, we are entering a new era of science, in the world of criminal investigation also.
Yes, forensic science! Oh, these are such exciting times.
I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Herlock Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative techniques is based. This little tea incident indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. For science! So, your t-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is high or inferior quality. Can I have some of that? For reasons. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. Sorry. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course.
Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes?
There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I'm researching is skin prints. Don't know if that's quite as useful, Sholmes. Skin prints? Nomenclature of my own design as this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Explain.
Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes.
As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black, I suppose. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Are you gonna come with us and contaminate the crime scene? Because that's what it sounds like. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues.
That's the spirit, Runo. See you later.
Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us and contaminate the crime scene, because, you know, let's just get that over with. You were? Yeah, of course, you just said so a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie.
What are they up to? I feel like they're up to something. Let's go to the scene of the crime. It's where poor Miss Green was struck down. Agari Deb's room, prison. Oh, Mr. Shamspear's room. Yep, scene of the crime. (22nd of February), Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. How are the chips today? What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually.
The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, I know the score. Oh yeah, one other thing. It's up on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it? Yeah, we found it all right. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I know it. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today.
That's wonderful news. Thank you.
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Well, I see he followed us after all. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, one's a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear... With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. The little fox mask is just so cute. What's all this? Oh my god. He's got the things in the mask. That shit's funny. All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Sherlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? Little press of the space on the area you're interested in, and that's all that's required. Like this. Ah, what's this stuff? It's like fog. A suspension, a chemical indicator, and a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead and try it, my dear fellow. You may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. He was all up on this window. Oh, and this board for some reason? That box, rather. Huh? Look, there's dozens of handprints here. So there are, a great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact.
It sends a chill down my spine.
Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he was admiring this picture? Nah, that's probably not it. I'm sure there's something behind it.
Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel.
Oh, very true, Mrs. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Did I get everything? Am I good? Oh, look at all this here. Ah, yes. Interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints.
Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Ah, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor? Yeah, there's no obvious explanation. Unless we want to lift up the floorboards there. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. Yeah, let's lift that up. The handprints on the floor there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. So she started right up. Ah! What is it, Mrs. Sato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mrs. Sato. So, what do we have in here? Oi! What are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson! Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig to your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. New bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, secret hiding place under the floor. What a find! It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could fit a straw I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there, too. Aren't you curious? Oh! I'll investigate at once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would be touching the wall over and over in one place like that. There you are, a print for you. Photograph of the handprints on the wall has been entered into the court record. Neat. Oh, thank you very much. This invention can make prints too. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know. So am I. Gotta pour more tea. All right. So, Gregson, what's going on over here? I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yeah, I heard. Ugh, I'd kill to know what's under that floorboard. Alright then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all?
Suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you.
Do it quickly, my dear fellow. There's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather.
Oi! Stop making me out to be some kind of nut! There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Tell me about the newspaper clipping first. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. About a convict who got sick and died while he was serving up in the Manchester. How terrible. Made headlines down here in London as well. Bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first.
Oh my goodness, he committed a capital offense?
Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work. The burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere and no one knows where. And now he's dead. Interesting. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline.
Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor?
Suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Alright. A capital offender article, a newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison whilst his loot remained undiscovered. Alright, photographic print. So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Yeah, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garideb, the landlord, of course. Oh, sorry.
And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garideb, the landlord, of course.
But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garideb's son, perhaps? Perhaps. We'll take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? Is Mr. Shamspear actually his son and he doesn't want to say so? Oh, gosh. We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Huh. Well, it's too bad if we do. I don't know, hard to say. Fortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes.
My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work.
All the more reason I'm not telling you.
A dismal failure.
Yeah, I heard. Hidden photograph. A photographic print found in Mr. Shamspear's room. It shows the landlord, Mr. Garideb, together with a young man. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspear himself isn't in it.
Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garideb was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it.
Alright, let's talk about the tin box. What's in it? Now, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it?
Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised.
Ah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty.
What? Sham spear? Give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box.
Yeah, thin air. It's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then, I wonder? Meow? Oh! Okay! Hello, precious. What are you doing over there?
Oh look, it's that lovely little kitty hat. What was his name?
It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we just call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. Wonder how he got in here. Clever cat.
Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai. Here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man.
Oh my god, so cute. Aww. The best. Oh my god, he just fell asleep. What a little cutie.
He couldn't be happier now, look.
I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. Oh my god, he's kneading! Would you like to come home with me? So cute! Oh my god, look at that stretch.
Aww.
That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai.
Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever.
Me too. I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. But look how cozy he is. Oh, it's the best. Sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked-up window.
Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you?
That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Miss Susato.
Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drink on the ill-fated night.
During their heated literary debate, yes.
Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite a discussion.
Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison.
That's fiction, Miss Susato. Let's hope it stays that way. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh.
That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change.
London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful, too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring.
That's true, we don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove.
Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there.
Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning.
It is a very large and obvious stain, isn't it?
Mr. Shamspeare must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose.
It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Alright, well, I think we got what we could here. Maybe we go talk to Mr. Garideb about this photo. Hmm. 22nd of February, Mr. and Mrs. Garideb's room.
Mr. Garnidub appears to be out.
Oh well. Suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Well, darn, there goes that idea. We probably shouldn't poke around in here whilst Mr. Garnidub is out. Wow, somebody has a conscience. Okay. I can't believe they didn't put the cakes away. Let's go to Miss Green's hospital room. Rat! Rats, rats, they are the rats. St. Bartholomew's Hospital, recovery ward.
What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance.
Yeah, I hear angry voices. Oh. Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken.
Mistaken, my foot. You were looking at my painting.
The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of a man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, my lady.
Oh, I wish you died from that poison.
God have mercy, ample lady. But thou seest, I have vigor still. Behold, my SHAM spear dance.
This looks rather ominous, doesn't it?
Ha! Lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence rises the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspear? Marry, I do believe I am returned unto another ward.
He was looking, that's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work.
Eastern fellow, so dark ye clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. He bent his rod. That thing must be cheap as hell. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? It's a little crooked. Oh, we bent it. All right, you put it back in shape. Hanon! Exunt! Mr. Shamster might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. Man, what a weirdo.
I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person.
Ah, Miss Green, is everything all right?
Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see.
We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
This was an interesting interaction. So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it?
As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly.
Really? Quite the optimist, her.
Anyway, I must be getting my things together now so I'm ready to be discharged.
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Rat?
Eek! A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo, an enormous mouse.
I know we clicked on it before, I just wanted to read it again. Huh? Merman in a hospital, that doesn't seem the best.
But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump.
I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. Well, that was an interesting interaction. Okay, that didn't really get us much. Going down the list. Briar Road. 22nd of February. Briar Road. Not much going on here. I guess we'll look at the prison. You okay, buddy? Kosaki-san, you alright in there? 22nd of February, local prison, cell 9.
Oh, Mr. Natsume is back.
There he is. Mr. Natsume, hello! I'm a cat. Oh, okay. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is. Oh, Herlock Jones. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. We are a cat.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality.
Yeah, I see that. Trying to? He already has! Completely! So, what's your name then? As yet, I have no name.
Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality.
You think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? Alright, buddy? I am not a cat. It worked! He's back.
It worked! He's back in the real world!
As yet, I have no names. The actual second line of I am a cat. That's pretty funny. I need to go look this up later. What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate!
Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope.
Yes, yes. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings. Here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes. Yes, we must. Look at my armband. Everyone's got to look at it. Have I shown you this before, Mr. Natsume? Oh, yes. The sweet, sweet aroma of our beloved homeland. It shows the wearer is a defense lawyer. It means nothing in Great Britain, of course, but I still wear it. Oh, I know exactly how you feel. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. My Haramaki belly band! I don't feel right without it! Your Haramaki belly band? It's perfect for the cold English winters. Just the thing to keep my tummy warm. Yes, I see the link. Almost. Let's talk about the trial from this morning. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was the most moving experience of my life! Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! You're too kind.
Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak.
There's nothing wrong with that tea. They would find a drop of poison in it. That's a Salin, Swan, Saseki, certainty! Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh, yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies.
And at the same time, you are both completely fine.
As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspear then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim, then. Let's talk about Mr. Shamspear. That rotten Shamspear! What have I ever done to him? I recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently. I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything at all. Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
But you know what, Mr. Natsume?
About the soap, of course. What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am. If I had money, I would have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh, yes, you said it's because that place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place. And it's trying to kill me! Oh. The condemned criminal must have used to live in the same house. Manchester's Strangeway Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Interesting. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there haunts the place and it's trying to kill me! Capital offender? Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps? I don't think that's a good idea. Can we talk about that capital offender a little bit more? What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspear's room. So he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. a convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings.
What?
He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another, a mistache much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Alright, let's talk about the capital offender, Selden. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garideb's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room.
Oh my! Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense?
But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. It was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse!
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one death. Few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. Let's talk about that curse some more, shall we?
You have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas? I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garideb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal! Lucky for Mr. Garideb, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you? It is, at first. I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice.
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible! It's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. Oh, it could be a gas leak. I mean, he is still stealing gas, but there could also be a gas leak. I'm gonna do that really quick and hope that helps with the lighting problem that we're having. Although, hopefully it doesn't move the camera. It might move the camera. We'll figure it out. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though.
But how that can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garideb's rooms?
Oh, is he back? There he is. Ugh. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garideb. Right bally business it is for me, you know, getting out and about. Are you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place has the place has caused quite a stir around this capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such? Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what in the blazes is going on, don't you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's trial, other trial just 2 days ago.
Stares at Sholmes, who suddenly interjected him onto the scene.
You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. I see. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Now we can look around. Everyone has to look at the armband first. That's the rule. Alright, Deb, can I show you this? Been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. Haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time, then. That's a no. Alright, let's talk first, and then we'll figure out what I need to show you. Your lodgings! Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse. A convict's curse, you mean? Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, and then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. And there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. My next day. Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? Collywobbles, that's a word. Like didgeridoo-dah.
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green?
Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still, just so you know. Yes, well, so's that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, and a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. Huh, I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things. In case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. Talk about your lodgers. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Gorideb.
That's right, Mr. Natsume is no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never did come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually.
So, how long has Mr. Shamspear been lodging under your roof?
That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months? He's quite new here too, then. And what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrideb, if I might ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Selden and Shamspear have some kind of connection, then. That's what it seems like. Shamspear's tenancy. That convict chap Selden passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or the other.
Yes, we've seen the reported from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedy showed his face. The actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. This world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspear, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent. I'll be sorry and whatnot, but that wouldn't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those curs must be muffling your ears. There's room on the middle floors. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's the ground floor or nothing. Very well, we have an accord. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road. Lo! A Shamspear dance to celebrate! This dude's weird. This dude's weird. What I heard in court today sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garden. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. The what? What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellows, one of his most famous lines. I don't think that's one of the most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning on the subject, for I have a turn of literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines, then? What do you know about this picture? Mr. Gardeb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No, no, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross? A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really.
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right. Oh, he's the lodger who passed away. Well, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Do you mind telling us a little more about him? The lodger's death. Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yeah. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers were up to at the time. Ugh. So, sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all bodily collapsed. Because the gas? Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after he had all that work done, Mr. Nosmus says the same thing. But the stove goes out at night while he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the bally curse! The convict's curse! I've done my duty as a landlord now! Someone's feeling defensive. Ah, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. Oh.
A love letter, you mean?
Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. You'll excuse me? Let me see now, what does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence?
My dear Mr. Sato, that is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me.
I will not excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, no.
Oddly, he didn't address it, though. I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. That's gonna play in my mind.
But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case.
That's what you say, but it might.
I think we should leave well alone.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once.
I mean, you gotta read, like, a little bit of it just so you can figure out who it's for and give it to them. I think that's, like, the proper thing to do, not just, like, keep it forever, and then they'll never know. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green.
Ah!
Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago? The victim of the last case Sasaki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday? Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence?
Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean?
Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato. I don't think that's the take. He's not wrong, but that's not the take we should be getting from this. I think we're done with him. St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Recovery ward.
Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last.
That's good news, but hopefully just before she leaves.
Ah!
What is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. Two things, actually.
One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all.
Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's all right.
I don't really have anything else to tell you.
Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young maiden's private effects.
Right, I should say peeking for gentlemen's effects only. Wow, Susato.
You mustn't do that either.
Maybe you, Miss Susato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, hmm? That's called investigation, Susato. This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived.
Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she?
Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine.
Suppose that could be it.
In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once.
Oh no!
Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all the way in one go, isn't it? That's not how that works, Ryunosuke. How are you still alive? You don't want to overdose.
Oh dear. But I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment.
We got an achievement. Look at my badge! Oops, that's not showing it off. Miss Green, about this.
Could you just hold that there for a moment? Don't move.
Sorry?
No, the aesthetics are all wrong.
Is it wrong that I feel so thoroughly rejected? Hi, do you know this young man? Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? I probably should have talked to her, but it's fine. Ooh, that's some medicine. Oh no, I'm so sorry! The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. That's probably not medicine. It's very pink.
Oh, Miss Green, are you all right?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that.
No, it's all right. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing you a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. The two of you became romantically involved. Yeah, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding.
Oh, that's sad! And that's what led him to Mr. Garideb's.
Yes, he told me he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened.
Oh, that's tragic.
So terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad.
I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Let's talk to her before we go investigating that pink thing on the floor. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Oh, yes. I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. Why? I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat.
She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure.
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! Oh, it's Shobs. Surely you are not about to leave? That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Shobs! I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Y'all! That's a dead rat! She killed the- that's poison! That rat's dead! Okay. She tried to kill herself.
Mr. Shums, what's this about?
Continue staring at dead rat. Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mrs. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? And that is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? The rat. The rat. Look at the rat. There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look and you cannot fail to see. It is literally right under your arm and I cannot stop staring at it.
You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
That's a dead rat! That mouse seems to be dead. Look. I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You don't think. Oh, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of the scene. And of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor. And the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died.
Ah!
I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Where are y'all getting this poison?
Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently.
Miss Green, are you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life?
Ah!
Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? Yeah. And taken the poison?
I... No! Miss Green, please talk to us.
It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes. It may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here.
It's probably a suicide note.
Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
Sir Duncan Ross. Who would have ever thought that he was engaged to be married to Miss Green?
To lose one's beloved fiancé must be painful enough.
But then Miss Green suffered that awful injury, and outside her fiancé's former lodgings, too.
Fate can be very cruel at times.
Alright, let's talk about the suicide. 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way...
Oh, shit. I spilled tea.
Now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green. Don't talk of such things.
Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison.
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no! Oh, it's all my fault! What have I done?
I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection?
No, none.
Alright, let's talk about the card. Ah! I was wondering when that would come into play. Alright, we've got some things to talk about here. Alright.
Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. Is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road.
And 5 p.m.
is precisely the time when the incident occurred. Slug and Salad, yes. I'm on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Garideb's house is on.
Does this mean that? Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness.
So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I didn't think that was gonna have any relevance at all to anything, but this checks out.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine. Screen. Please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend is the bottle now anyway. Besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. Might sound a little conceited, but well, that's how all this has made me feel. Aw.
Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yeah, it's late. And Mr. Naruto, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? I don't quite know how to put all the pieces together yet, but SHAM Spear definitely sent her a letter, I think. Or found a piece of the letter. I don't know. Because it would have arrived to her house in one piece, I would think. Because maybe she dropped it on Briar Road. I don't know. But we found a piece of that letter in his room. So, something's up here. Details about Mr. Shamsphere, Mr. Gardeb's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway.
I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis.
Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean?
Yes, will they have found strychnine in it or not?
Well, I feel that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Reaper.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Baron Van Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial.
Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come?
Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, back down alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. The Seki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. To be continued! Alright, it's still kind of early, so I'm feeling maybe we can go a little bit longer, but I do need a break for a few minutes. I do need to take a break. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the break screen. We'll let the ads play because they want to play soon anyway. And that way we can go uninterrupted for an hour. See how far we get. Then we'll talk about the schedule after we see how far we get today. All right, so BRB, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. I mean soap. See you tonight. What? Did you guys see that in the mirror?
And balloon! There you have it, a stunning balloon hat! It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love! Yay, to Tornado! Just call me Gatu, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon!
This is exactly Dr. Lupin's type of character. What a way to capture your audience's attention! I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons. Judge? Can we talk about which balloons you're referring to?
Perpetual way, right?
Wait.
No way.
Away. Perpetual way.
No way.
What?
All right, go ahead and get blasted. Leave while we're in the center.
What are we doing?
How do I leave group?
Why is this happening?
Dawn!
Oh,
Dawn!
Please grab the wash, please.
This is a bannable offense. To my ears.
the cat.
All right, burning down brawler. Dude, well, not burning, we're tickling him. Okay, warp time.
High and low.
Fine. Okay.
Hey, guys, chat room. I want to point something out to you once we get out of this fight. I'm gonna point something out to you guys so you'll never be able to unsee it. You see these trees I'm standing next to? Do these trees not look like a really buff dude who skips out on leg day? You're welcome. Huh? Could have been lying through my teeth this whole time. I mean, you could have, but listen. Have you tried the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV that comes with a free trial all the way through the award-winning expansion, Heavensward? Have you? I think that would keep you busy. The strategies, the tactics. Ow! Momo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing. As a result, I brought this knife so I could shake this bitch next to me if he doesn't fucking give me back my coin. I know he took it, there was no one else there. Bro, what? Bro, what? Excuse me? Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I killed Mr. Kitty. Jesus! Blanc, can you tell me what the contents of these boxes is? Unfortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes is written in Borginian. Here it says... Despair, funny key, scissors, leaf, eyeball, Kamehameha! It is cloth in English. Beam.
Oh, beam.
Beam on me.
Beam on me.
When ya?
My God. Right, it's too strong.
So happy, y'all. So happy, y'all. Keep pouring
We
it
all
on.
need
Beam, beam, beam.
someone.
Neon.
To be.
I'm so proud of you all.
Bye.
And tombstone. Book! Book. Map? Book. Tombstone! Good job, us. I'm so proud of our warrior of light. Fucking tombstones. Is there no formal job training? Do they just throw you into the fire and expect you to swim? No, wait, hold on. Throw you into the ocean and expect you to swim. Sorry, got my things mixed up there. Yes, what is it?
I believe we have found the man to whom the package was intended.
Look, you can swim in fire if you believe.
Mr. Stickler shouts, at which point the victim turns his head to look, and the killer fires his pistol.
Alright, chat, I'm back. Waiting a second. Oh, there we go. It has loaded. Alright, welcome back. Hope everyone had a nice break. I got some more water. I put some water into my little teapot. May not be hot enough though, so we'll see what happens with that. Yeah, I just took a couple minutes to get up, stretch, and all that. It's nice to take breaks once in a while. But let's continue our trial with Soseki-san. It's trial time. 23rd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's lobby. Sorry, antechamber. Oh, hello! Hi, Soseki-san. Right up close and personal.
This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that's been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything.
And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you.
I always appreciate your help, Mrs. Sato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Hello? Can I help you? Good morning! Good morning, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why? Do we piss him off? Oh, sorry if the sound quality is a little bit funky. I've got a fan blowing because it's really warm right now. I'm obviously, I'm in the sun for some reason.
Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that's because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you.
I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for! That's why I had my eyes shut! Just watching him twitch. That's okay, buddy. They're there. I missed the signs, I'm afraid, somehow. You'll have to forgive me.
And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume.
That was just an example! Oh, yes, there it is. Intercom. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you would abandon me and return to our beautiful, long-lost homeland.
Not even been in Great Britain a week yet.
Yeah, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright, is it that you're going home?
'Twould seem. Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits.
Or he's disguising himself as a guard or something else again and waiting for us to notice him. Or hiding somewhere. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. Oh yeah, or that. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. And then down to our legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. 23rd of February, 9:40 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Mr. Vampire Man, hello. Man, he looks so snazzy in his new outfit made by Iris. Look how good he looks. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done, you mark my words.
I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right.
Oh, well, I wonder if you could just adjust my hat for me. And please be as ruthless as you like.
These do not deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all.
Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? Prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. Oh yeah, so he does have the results. All right, what were the results? Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock, pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. Fact. I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defendants, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in it, a little depression on the top of it. Yeah, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Knottsmith brought with him that night. Well, the brains of the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it.
No poison at all.
In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! As I suspected. Alright, but why is Van Zeek still all like, I'm all cocky and not pissed off about anything right now? This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Why didn't you let me finish reading it, you jerk? Hold on. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is blameless here. And then he objected and cut me off. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. Rude! What? Yes, it's true, no poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? Bro, what? My word! The water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel! How many of those things times do you waste? How much money do you make? Exactly. And fit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspear. Hold on. Okay. Whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shamspear.
Yeah, it sounds like we're gonna have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspear to the stand. Oh, God. Mr. William Shamspear, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a belly full of the foul fluid given in mine innocence.
Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes.
One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given.
God, you're such a weirdo. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief.
I haven't forgotten. Kept all of that about the ice coins as tidy as his secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once and let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure.
If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here?
Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther eastern Verona did contrive to poison me.
You're weird. That's saying something. There's a lot of weird people in this series, but you're weird. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear? How can we trust his testimony, though, because he is a liar and a thief, and that was already proven. He lies about shit.
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well, let the witness testify to explain the inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none of it was found in the tea. This dude just making our lives harder.
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
Looks at cups.
This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking.
Yeah, unlike the other one, the inside of this cup is completely clean.
I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark.
Hey, look! We found what we needed. I always gulp it down, too.
Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, if you just sip it a little by little, it goes cold.
Really, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea.
There's no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from, then. It's stained on the inside.
Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea.
Oh, really? I've never noticed before.
You've never noticed?
Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it?
Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese.
I was just like, there's no way this is true. I'm gonna look at the teacups. And then we had it right away. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Right? Otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Cause, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. Ugh, I knew that. Ugh. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspear, be a common thief of gas.
He bent his rod again.
But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen.
What is that thing made of?
Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare.
Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Oh, we got him. Yes, my lord. We got this, don't worry. Don't worry. The tea inconsistency. Alright, he did come to your room. Press everything. I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is that correct?
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or not know thee? Or sorry, do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine.
You lost me at the first thee.
Zounds, sir! Thou must learn the English tongue afore thou turns thy hand to lawyering.
Modern English, yes. Old English, no. Shakespearean English, definitely not. I mean, fun for a pastime, but not a requirement for lawyering. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture.
Verily, and in truth, 'tis a fine flavored brew. Though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose.
Props for being able to read Shamsphere's lines so well. I'm trying my best here. This man's a weirdo.
That, dear friends, be the simple truth.
We've had to put up with a lot of weird readings in this series. Somehow I'm getting used to it.
Listen to Mr. Shamsphere. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday.
Either that or I'm in worse form, but I don't know, man.
That fated evening after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good rapport, naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first.
It was clearly only put into his cup, is what he says. Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea?
To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea, thou dost describe the actions of a fool.
Quite so, quite so.
But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched, would I have the choice.
Actually, on the 9 question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it?
Were it not for the tea, in sooth I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched.
Oh my god, I don't even know what it means. All I can do is just read it. Right, no ice coins means no heating. Ah, okay, there we go. Thank you, Ryunosuke, for understanding. The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shamsphere, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him.
With the greatest of pleasure, my liege.
I mean, this is the one where we know he's lying, right? He never drank his own. But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. Let's not forget the defendant's maxim. Drink tea while it's hot.
I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea.
An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There's no contradiction here.
It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me.
Yeah, of course. I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it?
No, I'm sure that's not it.
Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea. He used the tea in his cup to make the coins. Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right?
To cheat or to die, 'tis life's only choice.
No, I don't think that's right at all. Yes.
Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? No, I do not. No, I don't. And to be very sure, sir, once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to the task over this. Legal task. I shall not run. I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run nor to hide. But, my lady, what wast thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you, starting with the shoddy shirt on your back. 'Tis time for a SHAM spear dance!
Why?
What a harsh world we live in.
The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Consider that a warning, counsel. Yes, my lord. Am I the one in trouble here? Mr. Shamspear, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, he used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct?
To cheat or to die, I did make my choice many moons ago.
No surprise he didn't find poison in the soap bar. If, having first made your own special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time.
Once ensnared by literary debate, not else be found in the furrows of the mind.
The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? And who was the stronger of the two?
Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow.
I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening?
My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shamsperian wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea ought I tepid be. Ah, yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea.
I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Soseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today...
It feels as though everybody's against us, Mr. Naruhodo.
Must be the Reaper's poison.
I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty.
It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. Alright. He never drank his own. Alright, then there should have been a tea ring in his. Okay, let's do this. Objection! You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible.
How, Chop Logic? What is this, you darky-clad fiend?
2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such strains occur all too readily when one leaves tea into the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean.
And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it?
Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday, the Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing.
But,
In short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court again.
get thee to a nunnery!
Objection!
What do you want? What do you want, Van Zeeks? As a rule, I filled my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear.
Yes, my liege.
Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftovers tea in the accused cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken?
Hey?
Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. You're leading the witness. I object to this.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night.
What? Why? Why are we like why are you like this?
Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection!
And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories aren't perfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. It's fucked up that you were leading the witness. I just wanted to see where we had the fingerprints. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. Prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. Ow! You are a cheater. What does this mean then?
I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from a bit of thieving gas, obviously.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as would be called soup, and a leaf as would be called salad.
And insalubrious as a menu as the establishment where it was served.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows, Now forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Ah, God, I hate you. Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspear doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! Oh, sorry. Hold on, that was juror number 1. My lord! If I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. God damn it, how rude of you. By me! I do declare you may be right. Yeah, no, the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. This lawyer lad says he's been stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path, that's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that, though. Y'all misremembering. What we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and we'll duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't yet! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
God damn it.
Guilty.
We're off to a bad start, y'all. That's pretty normal. Great, thanks, I hate it. I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day! How's this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well, the court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Judicial findings, the jurors' contentions. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. Stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. Nothing else passed the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation, is there? I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind. What do you mean never mind? We need an unbiased jury here. Oh my god. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. Mr. Shamspear was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that. And how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspear was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will. He'll be found guilty. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. What could he have possibly... done? He didn't eat soap. I don't know. We'll figure this out.
defense's rebuttal. And that smug-ass jerk behind us. Alright, time to press everybody. He's a man of logic. All the evidence, you say? That's right, and then there's no room for the doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache.
Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind.
If only we had that kind of evidence.
Don't worry, this is a summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Let's hope so. Start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. Alright, gas is too expensive. This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madam.
But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever.
This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either.
If I might interject here.
Ah, yes, madam.
It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas.
But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up.
Oh, what a beastly man! That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable. You're mixing up the defendant with the
She has those two crossed. No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes.
Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
Stuff explodes and it can poison you. Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir?
Well, if you like, I mean, to be honest.
Oh, Vivian Delta. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. How's it going? What were you guys up to? Vivian Delta. Let me give you guys a quick shout out here. Hyper Light Drifter. Very, very nice. Hello, welcome on in. I'm Sparkling Parfait, I'm a variety streamer, and it is Saturday, so we're doing our story time, which is currently the Ace Attorney series. We are on case 2, part 4, but day 2 of the second case. So we are defending our friend, Soseki Natsume. But yeah, how was your stream, Vivian? How was everything? How was Hyper Light Drifter? Let's see. We do a little bit of like very amateur voice acting while we're doing this, so. Well, if you like, I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time. Oh, I am not on the right screen. There we go. You'd take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. Doesn't explode, does it?
Goodness me. What are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man.
The Natsume case has been a while. You just started Hyper Light Drifter today and you're having a blast with it? Awesome! I've seen some people play a little bit of that and it does look quite fun, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah! You're right! I hadn't considered that at all. That the jury is special in these cases. They're very unique. Hey, thanks for the follow. I much appreciated. Man.
Young lawyer man.
Yes?
You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative.
Oh, thank you. I'm flattered, I think. The jurors in this game are a special kind of hilarious. Yep, they are. They really are. For better or worse, they're special. And also, a lot of the times the same people, even though it's supposed to be a random lottery out of everybody in London. And I'm like, but how do we keep ending up with the same jurors? That's odd. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure.
Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
Gas isn't free! Gotta find a way to make the narrative work somehow. It's true. It's true.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas and, like, focus on the fact that we're doing a trial about a man who was poisoned, maybe?
There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so.
She's really buzzing now. I do dig how Altamont Gas has, like, the bee theme. It's very cute.
All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there's nothing in comparison.
I mean, both dangerous. That's why do it responsibly? Use responsibly? Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point, exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know.
More devious? Who, madam?
Other gas companies, of course.
Other gas companies. Not quite what I was expecting to hear here.
We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people?
You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? I feel like this is definitely gonna come into play somehow. We don't know how yet, but it's gonna come into play.
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. They make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit our customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
I'm sorry, do you have something to say? Juror number 3?
Excuse me.
You have something to say about that, juror number 3? I like how we're on the same wavelength, Ryunosuke.
Oh, golly, you mean me?
Yes.
I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself.
I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct?
Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see?
Go on.
An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check for your property, sir, the fellow said.
Save the game? Good idea. We haven't saved in a bit. There we go.
So I let him in. Do you know what he did?
I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us.
He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows, but it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you.
What do you mean?
I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network.
Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it?
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. Trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you?
Well, if you blew hard, then... Wait, you mean...
That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out! Along with the stove! Gas started pouring into the house!
Oh, that's not good. What a disaster.
The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all, I said?
So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. Oh, that would explain... There's a photo we have. That would explain this, because he's likely standing up there to blow into here, and then that's why the pilot in Soseki-san's room keeps going out. But why is he doing that? And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room.
So Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information.
Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do! That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues.
Gosh darn it, why did you...
The rogues that try to diddle us! Like I said, madam, it's widely known already.
Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord, although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble.
Okay. That's gonna come into play later. Gas doesn't come for free, costs fortune to deliver it. We just talked to you. Let's press you on your tea that your wife makes, apparently.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned?
That's right. It's happened a tidy few times now.
This is most troubling indeed.
It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face and she slips some white powder into my cup.
And you drink it anyway?
I was brought up proper, I was. Someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it.
And what happened to you? What did it taste like?
It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell.
So she puts salt into your tea when she's mad at you.
And I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No!
So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly? Eh? Unbelievable.
That's moderately concerning. It really is. Let's move on, please. There's no other explanation, is there?
Hold it!
Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning? Sorry? What's that now? Oh, I was just saying if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night... What's the matter with you? Sorry? I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all? I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here.
Compared to other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently.
I suppose so. The trouble is... Yes.
He has selective hearing?
Exactly. But still... This juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that I so desperately need. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people.
I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in Mr. Shamspear was really
Poison. Was it gas poisoning? Is that where we're going with this? After all this time, we're just like, actually, it was the gas. The pilot light got put out, and he, you know, sticks a bunch of coins in there, so he's suffocated on the gas.
You have to prove that it happened some other way and not via Mr. Natsuma's tea.
Yes, I know. Trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Wait, but then didn't we find... He ingested a small quantity of strychnine is the issue. We don't know how it went in there.
Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something he might have forgotten.
Oh, like what?
It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says.
We already did that.
If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course.
Once again, Saseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. So perhaps I had to let Susato-san remind me. Then again, no need, already did it. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change these jurors' minds as soon as possible.
Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright. So I think it's clear we need to pit him. We need to pit him. Probably against him. Could be gas poisoning. Alright, we're gonna try it. Here goes nothing.
Objection!
You have to do post-stream self-care? Hey, thanks so much for stopping by, Viv. I really appreciate it. And thanks for the well wishes. Oh, and, you know, enjoy your time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good night. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Huh? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner speaking, pass through the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there were any traces of poison there. I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. With the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspear? Well,
What speakest thou, prithee? Is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. Why are you jumping like that? It's weird. I thought I'd been quite clear. But let me put it in another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord! Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry, he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him, For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. Rude? To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to place his lips on the pipe that feeds it, you'd have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There's no possible proof that the man did as you say. It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamster put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspear has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. I just realized that the ads are playing, so we're gonna take a quick break. I also need to run to the bathroom really quick, so... Hold on. Let's do some... We'll just put some BRB text. We don't need to do the full thing. Ads are going. Oh. There we go. All right. There's that. Okay, BRB. All right, I'm back. And just in time too, so that was nice. Okay.
Alrighty, let's continue. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Let's get on the right screen. There we go. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspear stood in front of his gas lamp. The fingerprints. Handprints on the wall.
Take that!
What the? These are... Wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, Counsel? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Just a kitty. Midna threw up twice in a row. Oh no. She okay? Do you know what why or what she, or what?
It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspear touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating.
We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspear also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there? Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it. The gas lamp! Which also has some prints on it, so that's weird. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious. It's clear that Mr. Shamspear has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Why? What have you been up to, you nut? He is a nut. I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement.
Me? What did I say?
You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights and the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... if Mr. Shamspear were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey!
Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Whilst I acknowledge the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective.
It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Ugh. Yeah, Van Zeeks doesn't like Sholmes for some reason.
Certainly even the research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
But,
Please, my lord, if I may.
Sasato?
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
You're right!
Thank you, juror number 3.
Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide.
Juror number 3.
Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints.
Nice. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's not fair. Dinkum evidence. Thank you.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
It was partially you too. Thank you, Sasato-san.
Just one more juror changes his or her mind. Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato. But I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
He looks nervous. Why, Mr. Shamspear? You seem to be losing your composure.
Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it.
Very well, continue, counsel. It's a man of logic. Guy needs to be logically guilty. We're the ones who decided the evidence is worthy of consideration or not. Us, the jury. Nice. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and then maintain the pipes. And then he's talking about sketchy tea. Yeah, doesn't believe in breaking promises, can't come to a decision while so much is up in the air. Alright, so what do we got here? We have... Gas doesn't come for free. Well, let's finish pressing her. I don't think we finished because we got interrupted.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? All out attack. Supposed to sit here and take it. She doesn't think so. She's really buzzing now. Explosions and poisonings. What about electricity? Getting electrocuted. An explosion is never nothing. Yeah. Gas, these aren't the worst enemies. Reprobates. More devious. Other gas companies. They make their own gas, yeah. And then other people steal it. They steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes, but these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes, and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing.
They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally.
What a brazen form of... Oh, we already read that part too. They have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Okay. I had no idea. It's almost unbelievable.
It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening. All the time, right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know. Very difficult indeed.
Thank you, that will do. Clearly, this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already. I concur. Though my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career in nothingness. Thank you so much. We'll turn your attention to the next Joe's assertion, please, Counsel. That didn't yield me anything. Gas isn't free. Having considered all evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. Maybe I should press him again. All the evidence, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at the Japanese man. Yeah, but he also... Yeah. You're being weird about it again. Defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events of the night in question. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself.
The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspear has indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. Besides, yes, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipes dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh. Can't make your case better than that. I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. Oh, god damn it. No, wait. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. You and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. That's like super racist and weird.
Sir Nodohodolf, we can't substantiate our position. I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back.
Shit. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Let's save. Is there? I need proof he went up there. I need proof he was up there on the night in question. No sample could be obtained for testing. No container was found at the scene. That's not really that helpful. How do we prove that he was like doing this dumb shit? Cheap bar of soap. Ripped off envelope. Nearby street map. I don't know if I have it as like evidence proof. I think we also need to establish why he's doing this, which I do have a theory. My theory is that he's very interested in Soseki-san's room and probably blowing in there to kill him, the same as he killed Mr. Duncan Ross, because he wants to move into that room and go looking for the treasure of this fellow who lived there in that room, thinking that there's probably something hidden there. That's my theory. That's what I'm working on here. Can I show that Mr. Shamspear really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? I can't prove it. I can present evidence. I have supporting testimony. Oh, from Mr. Garideb. Because the lights flicker. Let's try the testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is a witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's that? Testimony?
This is incredible! Whose testimony?
Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garideb residence that night. Namely, Mr. Garideb himself. Because he watches the flickering of the lights.
Take that!
Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? No? Okay. Phew, I don't think he was listening. That's a short counsel. I tried to let such nonsensical answers go without penalty. Yeah, okay. So I just got away with it. Alright. A witness who spoke about the gas on the night in question. Yes, there was someone. That's what I thought too. It's not Mr. Garideb? Okay, let's try that again.
Hold it!
So if it's... Hold on. Accused of murder. Young man who works for Ultimate Gas. The love of Miss Green's life, who sadly passed away a month ago as a result of gas poisoning. Did he talk about the gas? I thought it would have been, I really thought it would have been Mr. Garideb. Who else would have talked about the gas? The meterman? We try meterman? I probably should have just loaded. Not for the sake of safe scumming, but more for the sake of like, I don't want to click through all this again. Let's try supporting testimony. All right. Let's try you then.
Take that!
Nope. Not him. Okay. We're gonna load so I don't have to redo all that because that was a lot of shit. How is it not Mr. Garideb? Oh, so Seki-san said that his pilot went off. There we go. It was Seki-san because he said that his he woke up and the room was filled with gas. Well, not like totally filled, but like, you know, the light went out. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself. A defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly!
So that Shamspear fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose?
Hold your horses there. Why would he do that for? Mr. Foreman? What the? What is it, man? Cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet, however, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye. Ah! Fair enough. Like I said to the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. Nice. Hooray! Saved. That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shamspeare? My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God meant me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either, the lamp or the pipe. The handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. I'd explain that, eh? I'm done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Oh, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. Ah! As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time an established conjecture. You would all do well to remember that. Ah!
Objection.
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there,
Objection.
what appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of the poison in the tea, some remnants of the tea were required. Yes? Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread onto the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I didn't think of that. In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Order, order, counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of Mr. Soseki Natsume because he's in the room that he wants to be in.
Take that.
That's fucked up. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around these parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Gardeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end. Outrageous! I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious!
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that arises is who put it there? Oh, who did put it there? That's a pickle. I mean, this dude was around and was probably none too pleased about the theft of the gas. I don't know. The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs?
Ah, you mean to suggest...
Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could have possibly known. No, there was somebody who was watching the entire time, who has been watching Shamspeare for a while. What? Should you assume we're responsible for the cats? We probably are. Oh, it's way past time to feed them. Okay, hold on. In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Ah! Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. Oh, you're already doing it. The only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense's counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? Ah. Ah! Well, shit. Stuck ourselves in a hole, didn't we? How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly?
Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage.
What advantage?
Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt.
You mean name the true culprit?
I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all.
It's our little bee! The person I was originally suspecting! That's my guess. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. Prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. Time to save! Huh? What? Oh, don't you worry, we know exactly what. There's one other person who I believe could have been involved in all this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit?
A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives by Nipponi's friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponi's friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
Take that!
Someone has been watching Mr. Shamspear this whole time. You claim this person is the true culprit? Highly suspicious, I would say, yes. Perhaps, my learned Nipponi's friend, you should turn those wide eyes of suspicion on yourself. Oh, shit. Oops. But it seems to me that your reckless reasoning makes you far more than anyone else you could name. Well, oops. A very dangerous man indeed. Whoopsies.
Mr. Naruhodo, please, you must concentrate.
I was trying to.
But you must concentrate harder.
Harsh. Who's the so-called true culprit of this crime? Landlord, old Nidri's confined to the chair most of the time. Utterly unforgiving of gas theft. Wait, what if it's her? Because she hates gas thieves and, like, was highly suspecting him to be a gas thief. And then she was, like, very not happy that we were... But that would be so weird, because she's a juror. I don't know, man. Not her, then her? But she's been unconscious. But then we did find... Why was her torn off envelope in Shamspear's room? Oh my god, this is also... I don't know. We're gonna guess.
Take that!
Nope, not her. Reload, reload. I don't need that embarrassment.
Objection!
Oh, I did not. This was farther back than I thought it was. Oops. One other person. True culprit. Okay. Who could it be? Who's the so-called true culprit? We did find a letter, or piece of letter in his room, which is really weird. All right.
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear is, I believe, Miss Olive Green.
Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green?
She might suspect that he killed her fiance and is super pissed about it.
I do feel as though I've heard that name in recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where.
Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago? Oh, she was leaving. She was at Briar Road at around 5 p.m.
Interesting. So she was there beforehand. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Bar Road, an incident for which Mr. Natsumo was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital unconscious, so on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still... My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison.
Good gracious, she had poison?
And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord, pray what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
Eh? No, never heard of her.
Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspeare's face, I think perhaps he generally doesn't know her. At least, not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that, despite the fact you're still being real racist.
Prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say, but at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
Well, this is going somewhere I didn't expect. Okay, we're gonna save. But I think we will actually keep going. I do need a break first. I need to go get a snack because I am getting a little bit hungry, but I want to get a snack and then I think what we'll do is we'll finish this. Here's what I'm thinking. So in 2 weeks, I won't be here. So maybe we'll take a 2-week break after this case so that we don't interrupt the next one. We could just finish this one now. And then that'll give me some time to work on some other stuff that I've been needing to do. So yeah, we'll finish this up now, assuming there's only one more part. If not, then I guess we'll go to next week after all. But first we'll take a break for a few minutes. I'm gonna go get a snack and then we'll pick it up from there. Okay, so let's go do this part. We'll let that scroll across right here. Alright, and I'm gonna see you guys in a few minutes. I mean soap. See you tonight. What? Did you guys see that in the mirror?
And balloon! There you have it, a stunning balloon hat! It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Gay Tornado! Just call me Gaydu, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon!
This is exactly Dr. Lupin's type of character.
What a way to capture your audience's attention! I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons. Judge? Can we talk about which balloons you're referring to?
Perpetual way, Ray.
Wait.
No way.
Perpetual way.
Perpetual way.
No way.
What?
Alright, go ahead and get blasted. Leave while we're in the center.
What are we doing?
How do I leave group?
Why is this happening?
Oh,
Please grab the
Double-
watch, please.
This is a bannable offense. To my ears.
the cat.
Alright, burning down brawler. Dude, well, not burning, we're tickling him. Okay, warp time.
High and low.
Top. Okay.
Hey, guys, chat room. I want to point something out to you once we get out of this fight. I'll point something out to you guys so you'll never be able to unsee it. You see these trees I'm standing next to? Do these trees not look like a really buff dude who skips out on leg day? You're welcome. Huh? Could have been lying through my teeth this whole time. I mean, you could have, but listen. Have you tried the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV that comes with a free trial all the way through the award-winning expansion, Heavensward? Have you? I think that would keep you busy. The strategies, the tactics. Ow! Momo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing. As a result, I brought this knife so I could shank this bitch next to me if he doesn't fucking give me back my coin. I know he took it. There was no one else there. Bro, what? Bro, what? Excuse me? Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I killed Mr. Kitty. Jesus! Blanc, can you tell me what the contents of these boxes is? Unfortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes is written in Borginian. Here it says... Despair, funny key, scissors, leaf, eyeball, Kamehameha! It is cloth in English.
Beam.
Beam on me!
Beam on me.
When ya?
Oh my god. What? It's too strong.
So happy, yo. So happy, yo. Keep pouring
We
it
all
on.
need
Beam.
someone.
Neon.
To be.
I'm so proud of you all.
Bye.
And tombstone. Book! Book. Map? Book. Tombstone! Good job, us. I'm so proud of our warrior of light. Fucking tombstones. Is there no formal job training? Do they just throw you into the fire and expect you to swim? No, wait, hold on. Throw you into the ocean and expect you to swim. Sorry, got my things mixed up there. Yes, what is it?
I believe we have found the man to whom the package was intended.
Look, you can swim in fire if you believe.
Mr. Stickler shouts, at which point the victim turns his head to look, and the killer fires his pistol. And that's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. No contradictions, right?
We broke something, guys. Trucy became a block of tofu. It's like tofu percent in Resident Evil. We broke her.
All right, chat, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for waiting, everybody. I had myself a nice little roasted sweet potato. I don't know if you guys have ever had any of those, but they're really good. And perfect for the perfect snack for getting through another, what I imagine is going to be like another hour and a half, 2 hours of streaming. All right, so 23rd of February, 11:32 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks!
Oh, Mr. Natsume! I'm so pleased for you.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant to Miss Mikotoba Esquiress. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Good morning, my dear fellows. Sholmes, bro, my dude, you missed the entire first half of the trial. Hell-lock Sholmes! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came! How wonderful!
Sholmes, please. Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking, that you overslept, because that's my current theory, is that you overslept again, Sholmes. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. That's not what we were thinking about, but sure. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Okay, but you still overslept, didn't you?
Oh, yes!
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep, I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? It's because they stay up all night thinking about shit. And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter?
Oh, yes.
On which realization I attempted to experiment. I didn't sleep a wink last night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by a fit of drowsiness. Shocking. And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Sure. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Yeah, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Please, 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 please tell me it is strychnine. Please tell me it's that. Oh, you didn't manage to
It was a laborious task as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences did not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contains strychnine. Beautiful! Perfect! It's all coming together now. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Bottle poison found in the position of Miss Green with traces of the slow-acting poison strychnine inside. Ah, could I have a word? Oh, Gregson. Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it, excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector! Get back here! Make me want fish and chips again. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look of your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. Bro, moonwalked off screen? I know, right? That was pretty funny. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not even here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room?
Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. Now I'm here about something else. The dead convict, actually.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were looking into that. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room?
A man by the name of... Ah, yes, Selden.
Went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that... well, it caught my eye.
Something caught your eye. What, Inspector? What?
I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves.
Thank you. Capital Offenders File, Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden that includes the newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison.
These documents. I'm gonna read them.
Investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. That's a lot. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester's Strangeway Prison announced the death of convicted murder and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He has been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out.
Include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information.
Thank you. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful.
Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe.
Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all.
Counsel of the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears, personally. So, the best of luck to you. Welcome, student Mr. Nanahodo Esquire! Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle. Won't really have saved Saseki-san till I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to.
3rd of February, 12:30 p.m. in the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, you're the one who's always being prejudiced, though. Isn't that, like, ironic? The prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Again, prejudice. Rude. Thank you. Don't... For that backhanded consideration. At least he knows it's backhanded. A rather cold assessment from the Honorable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks is the new witness present and ready to take the stand. Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well, bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. I can see we're doing both of them together. William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you are playing in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord! Why does it play the, like... like the chime of, like... Oh god, it's so weird. And Miss Green? Yes? You're aware of the reason you've been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, your officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And? Do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. So happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. That was not a coincidence. You were there with intention. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garideb household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. I can't wait to see her breakdown. It's gonna be something else. Your energies may be better spent worrying about a random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful incident?
Yes, I do, actually. Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare.
But what happened 6 days ago is nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Do you really believe that, buddy? Because I don't think so. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. The evening of the 17th of February.
It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow and I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakst, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
I really doubt it was your first time in the area.
Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business.
Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare.
'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine.
When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. Yeah. As suspected, there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. You take everything at face value only when it's convenient for you. You are such a piece of shit. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. But I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Oh, I do. Yes, my lord. A little crossing swords when we cross-examine is just so cool. What a nice effect. Alright, the evening of the 17th of February. She was walking along the snow and then she got stabbed. I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening. It should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement.
Happened to be just outside the house. What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend, what's it called?
Ah, yes. It's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
I wanted to see if we have the letter in here, but we don't. Okay.
A According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. Ceiling-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term.
The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
If she's trying to hide why she was there that evening, it must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspear, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing?
Could be my pleasure, sire.
He was at the tavern.
Hold it!
What are you doing there, buddy? A tavern, you say? Which one?
'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry, 'tis a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I feel.
Hmm?
What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Slug and Salad offers the unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
It's true, the menu lists premium crust of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
Oh. Did she actually not receive that letter from anybody and actually stole it from Shamspear's room? Or is she the one who sent it to him to lure him out? Oh, so she would know that he wouldn't be there and could then sneak into his room. Ah, that makes okay, yeah, it's really starting to come together now. Okay.
It's true, the menu lists premium crust of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
I would have expected Grubb's grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing.
I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that?
How different can water really be? It can be pretty different, actually. The minerality tastes pretty different.
Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that on the day of all days, he dined at a place he normally wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamspear's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. We're gonna save. Although I may not present right now. I don't know if this is enough because we haven't linked it to anything else yet. Not at the moment. We'll wait. We'll come back to this. Wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment.
If we find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamspear went there, we must present it to the court.
Yeah, absolutely. That is all on this matter, Counsel. I would ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement. First time she'd been in the area. That's a lie. What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
was nothing really. It's not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital.
Ah,
It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
what does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
You got something to say, Shamspear?
Excuse me.
Mr. Shamspear, do you have something to share with the court?
To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me when ne'er a thought.
Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps?
Well, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house.
I would it were so, but sadly, nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me.
So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Miss Green?
Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card that mentioned before, containing the note, do you have it upon your person? Please give it to me.
I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Give it to me. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Thank you. Miss Green's card, a note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. It contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. I'm gonna look at this. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah.
What is it?
The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere else.
Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up.
They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs to this card.
Ayy. Envelope fits perfectly with the torn off piece found at the scene of the crime. It fits perfectly with an envelope in Miss Green's possession. That's what I wanted out of this. Okay, we're good. It's Duncan Ross. Now continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. She was admitted straight to the hospital, so she knows nothing. Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours.
Exactly. So how could I have had anything to do with it? Yet you would still haul me here into court like this? Honestly.
So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? Not airtight, because you could apply poison beforehand.
And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit?
Well,
You certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all.
There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend.
I'm working on it!
Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final. We're really up against the wall here.
Oh, Mr. Nanahodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspear wonderfully there.
It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere.
Well, as you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that?
Ah, yes, of course. Yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. Alright, I think it was on Shamspears that we were needing to present evidence.
Hold it!
Why were you at the ritzy, quote-unquote ritzy, the high-end tavern? Present evidence! Here we go. Mr. Shamspear! Yes, sire! On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize? For a very particular reason. I don't know what you are talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakst. Very well, I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely, this letter from Miss Green.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Ah! Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear?
Well... Excuse me, can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green?
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it?
Well, on the shallow surface level, we can theorize that he is the one who sent it to you. Although, we all know that it's really because you broke into his room and stole it, and you're the actual sender. Anyway. Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well, then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It has nothing to do with the odd man next to me here.
Oh, we're gonna show you the torn off piece of envelope, but we'll deal with that after we press you. I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you?
Yes, that's right.
There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope.
It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I've no idea who sent it.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please?
A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do.
More than a friend, you said he was your fiancé.
He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though. I wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest, but in the end I decided to go.
So you found out what the information was?
Of course I didn't. You're not thinking straight.
Whilst on her way there, she was stabbed in the back, as my learned friend hopefully remembers. Ah, yes, of course. She never made it to the meeting.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspear wonderfully there.
Yeah. This is the same. We read this part already. Okay. Nothing to do with the old man next to you. Oh, shit, that was the wrong thing. I pushed the wrong button. I'm sorry. I wasted your time. We will click through this and then we will have to navigate back to that statement. I hit Q instead of R. My press finger is just really itchy, okay? It's like very eager to do its job. All right, present. Oh, sorry, not E, or not R, I meant E. Present. Torn off end of the envelope. Now we hit R. Objection! The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspear's room.
Huh? In my room?
Mr. Shamspear, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Well...
Your actions that afternoon followed the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th, and so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green.
What did I do?
As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
Why, I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all,
And a would-be murderess plotting revenge for her dead lover. There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry. Thou hast what? Thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green?
Yes?
Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure for the suffering you've endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes, I know.
Very well then, witnesses, you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. Witness testimony! The anomaly of the note. I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, per adventure, that the note was delivered unto me.
On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the slug and salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspear?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
Oh my god, he's actually gonna be telling the truth this time. Isn't that weird? That's pretty weird. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think that I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie.
Anybody can lie! There is no profession or age or anything that makes you immune to lying. Anybody could lie.
That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
I know, but ironically, he's telling the truth this time, which is weird for me. I get it. And that's true, Miss Green. How do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspear's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
Now she's being rude to me? Oh, you're going down. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel? I'm ready, my lord. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspear's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yeah, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one. Alright. A week ago that he got the note. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all?
Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine, at mine own, verily, 'tis impenetrable.
But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you?
Alack, the choice is betwixt I knew him and I knew him not. Then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted.
Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the slug and salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature.
Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated.
You waited for an hour, but nobody came. So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared?
Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest.
Really? You paused for a moment before you answered.
In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all?
I was not alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord. No. It is returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions.
What do you mean?
Flies, sire, flies!
Flies were his guest. Good lord!
In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance from a midsummer's night's dream, come to taunt me?
I think they were just flies.
I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around.
Yeah, I agree.
So wrong of me.
Nah, you good. And then he shared the company of the Japanese fellow. And then that's when he knows the note vanished. What exactly did you notice that had gone missing?
Such idle thoughts now occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsuma's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts now occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
And yet during that time, Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not? Clearly, then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at? Why would she sneak into his room? It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings. But for what reason would the witness have done that? I would deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, till and unless her involvement in the case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Screen could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. Yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though?
Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo.
We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. He's calling him the villain. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fie! This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity! Wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain.
What are you doing? Wiggly man.
Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine.
What? Shine about what? I'm no Shakespearean actor, Mrs. Sato. Now, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument
Is evidence, yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamsphere's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter.
Yeah, two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion.
Terrifying.
Yeah, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. He waited there. Note vanished. Why would she do that? Unfortunately, it was, in fact, to poison him. You had a bottle of poison, so we're gonna go with this and see what happens. Objection! Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained.
Oh!
According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamsphere? Ah! Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamsphere's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room too! May seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamsphere's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear me!
Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, I am. Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon. There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Zeeks, he's being helpful.
Of course, the following morning there was more activity at Mr. Shamsphere's address.
More activity? Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder?
That's right, and as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamsphere was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out and thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspear had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. A trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspear was mysteriously poisoned. We have 2 attempted murderers side by side. Beautiful. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mallory! With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home. Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green? Yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Order, order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? Duncan Ross, her fiancé.
Take that!
Duncan Ross? That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garidub's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, and the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Ah, of course, yes, I remember now. A young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind. Nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspear blowing into the gas pipe and causing a gas leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ah!
Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you? Duncan was.
Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé.
Fiancé!
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspear. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Mallory!
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, Council? Yup. Each on different counts of murder? Yeah. Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspear have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? Because he wanted their unit. You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusations against the man.
Yes! Yes! That's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege! I have been slighted! 'Tis lies! All lies! I deny every utterance!
You'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
Sure, you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room! You didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe. What was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
Sorry?
You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh, vileness! Oh, villainy! Oh, tyranny! Oh, rotundity of woman! But in any case, well, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire.
Oh, awfulness! Oh, artfulness! Oh, tyranny! Oh, profanity of woman!
We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it I discovered a secret hiding place.
Hey?
Yeah, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it?
Yes.
A key.
It's a rather nice key.
How did he not notice that you were wearing his key this whole time? God damn it, iTunes. Go away! Now's not the time.
Ah! What are you doing with that?
What the?
Every ounce of color is drained from his face.
Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited it!
What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it?
No,
What's all this about? Is he inherited that key? Are you Selden's son? Protege, something?
It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
give it back this minute! Give it to me!
Calm yourself, witness. Mr. Shamspear has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support an accusation against Mr. Shamspear at first. But considering everything we know now, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court to support your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspear's alleged crimes? Capital offender. You're trying to get into that room because his stash is still unrecovered, and you must have the key to the stash because you inherited it. Anyway.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? Selden file? How did you get a hold of that?
Selden!
Now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Till, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. Sorry, burglaries. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Was it you?
You mean this key is...
Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
What are you talking about? It's a false charge, I tell you! A false charge!
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Gardeb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume? An defendant in this case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. Looks like I'm going to snuff it. Sorry, looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. Sitting in the room where I was lodging, and they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. SHAM spear. It was him.
It's mine.
What did he just say?
It's mine. That loot is mine.
Oh, he's got the crazy face. Mr. SHAM spear?
It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I don't admit to it. There's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Barely! You can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen?
They're just like, holy shit, this dude's crazy.
I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up?
There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through, and he's also crazy.
But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Nonohodo.
There is a way.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish him.
No.
He's already committed the most heinous crime to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. Fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence.
Oh, hey, Neodeko, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Hey, DJ Mon, how's it going? Thanks for the dancing. Wait, is that...
Hold on, that looks really familiar. Which person is this? Joey. Oh, okay. And that's Vettel. And that's some cheering. Thank you. Thank you for the dancing. What were you playing today? Were you playing Genshin or Honkai? Let's do a quick shout out. You're playing Genshin! How was the Genshin? We're just doing our Ace Attorney, as always. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. The Wiggles won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
This is the final piece in that complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. Ooh. Save. Raising our hand like we're in elementary school. Hey, there's our parfait jammer. Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, counsel, let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's haul? The thing from Sholmes. The handprints.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints of the wall of his lodgings. Yes, you are correct. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is this some kind of joke? Do you really think that I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. He just came on down from the gallery as much as he liked. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of the most ridiculous title? Ah! 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself!
What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not?
Ah, Mr. Raper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met.
But Mr. Sholmes! He does know Lord Van Zeeks then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes? Though you may be hailed as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord. Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual had previously touched to mark and make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary!
Your viewers go from one court case. Were you also in court in Genshin? Does Genshin have a court system?
So now, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time?
Ah, shit. Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that was hidden in his own room. What form will the sample take? They implemented a logic system in 3.0, 4.0. The theme is justice, so the improved upon it. And yeah, it was a defense. You were a defense lawyer. Great, now you are Phoenix Wright. Okay, what can I use here? Seems like it'll have to be a person. Unless... I don't know. Well, maybe the gas meter, because he would have had to touch the gas meter, right? I don't know. Well, let's save. Alright, we're gonna do some guessing. Sample to help locate Selden's loot that was in his own room. What form will the sample take? Oh, because Soseki doesn't really use the... Well, he uses it sometimes, but he doesn't use it a lot. We'll need a particular piece of evidence in order to create the indicator solution. Indeed, and you have the piece of evidence in question? Yeah, I believe so. On my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular item is the one in question? What piece of evidence do you propose we use to help find Selden's loot? Can we use the gas meter, like not this gas meter, but the other one in Soseki's room? I'm gonna try that first.
Take that!
Oh, look at this. Nope, that's not it. Car is able to ascertain very little confidence in our choice. Yeah. Why would we think that? There's no mystery. Did we really believe that the minute deflection of our left eye would escape his attention? Yep. We didn't know. Look at the evidence, not my eyes.
I think we need to reconsider this from the start, Mr. Naruhodo.
Rest is in our hands. All right, we need maybe the key that Miss Green has. We will now need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. Something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. On my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So which particular person do you have in mind? From who can we obtain the possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? Okay, hold on. Chat, I do see the ad is starting really soon. It hasn't actually started yet, and I was too late to stop it. So when it does start, we'll pause for like a couple minutes so we can let that play out. But it hasn't actually started yet, so let's do this.
Take that!
Miss Green?
Me? What do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Oh, there it goes. There's the ad. Okay. I'm gonna put BRB text and I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. In a second. There it is. Okay. There we are. Alright. So there'll be remnants of the secretion from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. The SHAM spear is one great to another, I assure you. The late convict's hull is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings. I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No. No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa. Oh, shameful spear! Despair! Be thy name! Why was there confetti? Where did the confetti come from? Who shot him with the confetti gun? That was the most interesting breakdown I've seen. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Gardev really has had a lot to put up with. That poor man. And he had the gas repair work done immediately after putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Bayer Road with the Japanese man got himself arrested. I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove into his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you to a deadly trap.
William Shamspear? How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive?
A gas supply?
Yeah, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then, if that's important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There's spare rooms.
There's spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we'd graduated before we told our parents, remember?
That was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I'd been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up to the road to the Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
That place is cursed, I tell you! Cursed! A ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate? Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Ah, you mean?
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them. You really can buy anything you can think of there. Goddamn. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected of the man of the tampering with. Wait. Mr. Shamspear was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspear. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that it would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
Of course, Mr. Shamspear followed the instructions to the letter.
It worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd brought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts. Damn. She mad.
3 days ago, when you first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord! I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green?
Yes, my lord.
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you'll be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from...
Killing yourself? From ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle?
It wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
Oh!
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now, you've made the truth come out at last. Really, can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green!
Mr. Soseki Natsume?
Yes, my lord!
The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty.
Woo! We did it! We saved him again!
Why are there fireworks indoors? That's dangerous. That's not safe. Court is adjourned. February 23rd, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Oh, yes! Yes! At last! Divine justice duly done!
Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache.
That's mean.
No! This has nothing to do with my mustache!
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Once again! You've saved me from doom!
I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
About a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in this world, humans are human. There are a few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I've finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What?
Just wanted to become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my! So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful!
Oh, well, no. I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? And that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. That's very true.
And there's no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
A desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes! This is such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
He's gonna run as quickly as possible. But that's not why I'm leaving! I made it! Oh, he objected. That was really good. And that was the case where we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. So Seki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Oh, there's some shit happening here. 24th of February, 10:13 a.m., Mr. Natsume's room.
Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Was it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. I imagine it took some time to move all the books around. They're kind of blocking everything. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? He looks stressed. You okay, buddy?
Maxie's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. What? What's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then. If you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's hole. What the? What is that? It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar, and it's got blood all over it. A collar? It's huge, though.
Look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Perhaps I can have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed the inside there? There's some dark stains.
It looks like blood. You don't think it could be blood, do you? No, I'm pretty sure they're blood. I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
It's suspicious. What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. Dude, what the fuck? Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? Could be valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. What the hell is going on? Yes. And don't grab your hands off that, you lot, and hand it over. Now. What are you guys hiding? I'd never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. That's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar? Those stains? Could they really have been blood? No, definitely blood.
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
You look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use on the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I presume.
The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I couldn't make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
The word, please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hurley?
He's gonna tell her not to publish this one. I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
And I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Why? What is up with that emblem?
Yes.
What are you guys hiding from everybody?
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases
Moist.
became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Oh, we're finally gonna see the exhibition. Oh my god, that's so exciting. of knowledge. Hey. All right. Is it gonna autoplay? No. Okay, good. All right, so that's what we're gonna call it here for the evening. Let me check the calendar really quick because I was thinking about something. Okay. I could technically start the next case next week, but then there's gonna be either a 1 or 2 week break after that is the thing. So I'm gonna be flying out of town to go to a wedding the week after, and then the week after that, I may not be home because that's the big birthday weekend in the house, so we might be going out that day. I don't actually know yet. Yeah, we'll see. If we start the case next week, it's gonna have a break in between. I don't know. I don't know what's best. We'll see. Because I'm like really curious. I really want to know. We're like really getting into the meat of things. Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll see what happens next week. If we don't stream next week, it's because I want to like just do it all at once. Or, you know, like back to back kind of. Or we'll just start it and then we'll just refresh. Yeah, the name of the next case. Oh, The Return of the Great Departed Soul? Oh my god. That's very exciting. Okay, we might start it next week and just see what happens. We'll see. We'll see. But for now... There it is. Found it. Hey, thanks all for watching. I appreciate everyone who stopped by, all the Lurkers, Charters, VoD watchers. Thanks to 21 Snakes for coming by. Neoneko, DJ Mon. Thanks to Vivian Delta again for the raid and for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'll see you guys either next week or in a few weeks for the start of Case 3. Things are really heating up now, so I'm very excited. We're definitely gonna, like, I definitely want to keep going on this. I'm not sure if we're streaming tomorrow or not, because we're not doing a raid tomorrow. We're on break right now, but we were planning to, like, do a group activity on Fall Guys, and I don't know if we're gonna stream that or not. I don't know. We'll see. But or maybe we'll do some Final Fantasy 16 beforehand. I'm not sure yet. We'll see what happens. But other than that, next scheduled stream is Monday for Kaizo Ironmon. And then we'll just see what happens after that. Now, have a great night, everybody. Have a great weekend. Thank you again for coming. I really appreciate all of you. And I'll see you guys next time. All right? Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.